Good morning. Welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. I'm sitting here busy typing stuff and didn't notice the thing fire off. Excuse me. This is 8 o'clock in the morning, Central Standard Time. Actually, 8:01 now. This is my live trading, virtual trading journal. The whole purpose here is that I believe journaling is important and I don't multitask well, so I am able to capture everything on my screens that I'm seeing from my platforms, and my voiceover provides insight as to what I was thinking, saves me from screen snapping and typing and doing all that journaly stuff, and it works out pretty well. I'm not licensed. It's the usual disclaimers, okay? And there is one in the description. I'm not licensed to give trade or financial advice, and I don't intend to do that. But this is my virtual trading journal, and I trade live, funded account through AMP Futures, funded by me in Bookmap. I use two software platforms, basically Bookmap and IRT, and I do back testing and things like that. So there you go. I stream high def 1440p, so if you're getting the stream kind of fuzzy or whatever, click the gear in YouTube and select high def 1440p. Also, I'm not funded in any way by YouTube or monetized by YouTube, so likes and subs would be great, are great. And comment in the chat what you thinking, what can I do, what suggestions you have, is this crazy, whatever. It's, trading is a lonely game, lonely business. Let's move past that stuff and get to the numbers here, which is what we're doing, right? So at this moment, there is really no reports scheduled for today that have what I would consider potential market or auction disruption horsepower. Of course, we have the ever-present unidentified random risk threat that's always out there lately. This is investing.com. It's my oldest and go-to news reporting service website, and I find it the best format for screen grabbing and posting in Discord and whatever else. You can filter it for wherever you are, whatever reports you want, 1, 2, 3 stars, play with it. It's free. Of course, you can pay for it, and I'm sure they'd be tickled to death, but it is not a requirement. And it has earnings, and you can look in advance tomorrow, next week, whatever you want to do. It's pretty good. Now, the caveat here is they only identify and display known, scheduled, real, what we're used to, real financial and revenue data. The other reporting news service that I use is Financial Juice. It has a similar calendar function, but I don't like it as well. However, here is the reason I focus on it quite a bit. Notice right here and right here. These are potential random risk opportunities to seriously disrupt the auction. And 30 minutes ago, they were not in here. They were not in this docket. They will never be in this docket because they are not scheduled, normal, reports and numbers. So I really appreciate this in investing in Financial Juice. And then on the right side over here is more of a docket, more of a squawk box idea. So we need to be heads up at 12:30 and then again at 1400. Absolutely. And perfectly wonderful. No political comment whatsoever. It's just it's reality. Okay. There we are. So those are the numbers, and let's jump on to the pre-market now, which is, well, pretty benign overnight. Traded right back up to within a whisker here of the open. This is first of all, this is the micro ES, micro NASDAQ, micro ES, high time frame micro composite chart, and market profile for the ES. Notice that my charts, you can look at any of my charts and see the instrument, the time frame, the periodicity, the session, etc. When this instrument expires, the contract expires. So we'll be dealing with rollover. Pretty handy. I also track the same setup for the minis because I go between the two trading. Right now I'm on the micro, so that's where we are. We have 100% overnight inventory short. They did recapture some of it. Pretty well balanced distribution, but we are short inventory because we're 100% traded below open. There you go. This is the micro composite chart, which is my high time frame idea. I call it the micro composite. First of all, it's the RTH session only, and these are daily candlesticks. Wherever they overlap, I continue this volume profile around them. When there's a gap, don't overlap, new one, simple. I try to keep everything I do simple, basic, data-driven, as little discretion as possible. By drawing the volume profile around, I get a micro composite VPOC, which I enter in Bookmap. It also generates the high and low volume nodes, and those push automatically to Bookmap. Also, my RT generates and I export the session prices, and I export those to Bookmap. I also share those with anybody that could use them free. So there you go. If you want them, subscribe, like, drop something in the chat that you need that CSV, and I'll hook you up. I push those session prices live from 1700 Sunday night until 1600 Friday. Live and continuous, so happy to share them. This is Bookmap. This is Bookmap. In case you aren't familiar, this is the DOME or the ladder or the price book, whatever, order book. It's the prices and the resting liquidity at this moment in time, live market, live real trading, live data, Rhythmic, by the way. Both of the platforms are driven by Rhythmic data via AMP futures. These are the resting orders at every price. This is the micro composite column where I enter these levels or these, things manually. Here are those the high and low volume nodes which push automatically from IRT to Bookmap. And this is the full session volume profile, or the Globex, if you want. This started plotting at 1700 last night and will continue through 1600 today. This is not the ETH. This is the Globex of the full session. In other words, it starts at the open of the ETH session and runs all the way through ETH, RTH to the closing again. RTH session volume profile will reset this morning at 8:30. Let's hope, fingers crossed. And this is my notes column, which is pretty important to me. And that is the column where I determine first, right now in the pre-market, the open type for the day statistically. And then based on that, we will capture the statistics applicable to the session prices for today's RTH session. How do you figure out the open type? Real simple. If we opened right here, right now, how would that compare to the previous RTH close? There's the close. So we're lower than the close. How would it compare to the overnight or to the previous RTH range? Well, there's the previous RTH high, and way down here somewhere is the previous RTH low. So it is lower in range, the same as yesterday. So I don't have to change the column titles, which I do update every day, because when I look at a screen snap or the recording, the stream, this, just seeing that title gives me a host of information about the ETH leading up to the RTH session. And then, and you do that, by the way, you change the title in case you want to know this stuff. I try to explain as much as I can, my goal is complete transparency and accountability here. And then I clear the notes column because we're going to enter these statistics for today. These are the session prices pushed from IRT. Notice there are no indicators or on either my bookmap or my IRT, and there are only price levels and data driven by market price, period. I try to make everything as straightforward and simple and unconfusing as possible. There is a POC for the full session, a POC for the a POC for the full session is kind of a muted yellow, and the POC for the RTH session is a brighter yellow. What is the POC? Nothing more complicated than the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session, and that's right there. So far in the overnight, 61.90 contracts have traded. The very split second that any one of these numbers says 61.91, the POC is going to move there. It's real basic. Real basic. I believe that's the way to approach the market and as a business. There's a Globex VWAP. There's an RTH VWAP, volume weighted average price. And arguably you could say, well, you do have two indicators, and that's the two they are because they're calculated. And I guess technically that's correct. But I don't have moving averages or MACDs or, that sort of thing. That's what I refer to. There's also a mid for the RTH session. Then we have the initial balance high and low, which confuse folks sometime because of the naming, which is an old market profile convention, initial balance. What these two levels truly represent is the high, and down below is the low, of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session, period. Couldn't be more simple, right? This line is the last price. These gradations here, you wind them up as much as you want, graphically represent the liquidity resting in the book. And there you have it, boys and girls. And the blue boy over here is a top secret proprietary inventory or indicator called the vertical line. I slap this on the first print of each session so that I can make sure I have the entire, I can just glance left and see that I have the entire session or in view for context in the heat map. Here's yesterday's RTH session. Here's last night's. There you go. Pretty simple. Let's look at determining the statistics now. How in the hell does that work? Well, we go to the IRT. Here is the statistics study. Once again, straightforward, simple statistics, probabilities, and math. Coincidentally, we're going to open the same lower in range type as we did yesterday. Notice that IRT conveniently highlights the open type. Today it won't need to change, but obviously it only does that at 8:30. Hi, Panda. What do you want? I'll rub it all over me. How does this work? The study looks back at 1,637 days, the most recent 1,637 trading days. Of those days, we opened lower in range 481 of them. I know. Can you believe it? And of these 481 days, price revisited the overnight volume, the overnight mid actually here is the most prominent. Overnight mid 82.5% of the time. So let's jump back over here and let's look for the overnight mid, which is somewhere around here. I suppose it's covered up. UCETE, there's the full session. Let's wind this up and see if we see this someplace around here. Well, I don't see it here. It's got to be right around, oh, there it is right there. You see the yellow? Come on. There we are. So it is 82 point, whatever I said, I forgot already. 82.6, 82.6. And that's just as complicated as it gets. Now I will simply go down the list. Just a minute, Panda. I'll go down the list and pick them out. The next order of business is 80.9, and that's the overnight volume point of control. And there's the overnight volume point of control, 80.9. And I will just continue on until as soon as I figure out what Panda's freaking out about over here. The previous close is 74.2. Somewhere around here. We had that one a minute ago, didn't we? Sure we did. And where that went, I don't know, but let's look. Up here at the top, I think. It's buried under the settlement price, I'm sure. So we're going to put 74.2. Yeah, Panda, be right with you, baby girl. Jesus. What? All right, sorry about that. Now, so I'll just continue down the list. Where was I? Previous close. IB high, that's one I want. That's 69.9. So the IB high is 69.9. And I put the, oh, come on. I always put the initials there with the initial balance because, as we just discussed, the minute we open, this flag is going to move to the upper edge of the current RTH volume or trade, and so will the IB low to the bottom. So I'm going to wonder what the hell happened at 69.9 because this is going to be up here someplace. You know, that's the way it works. Okay, overnight low is 65.5. That's down here. Overnight high, we probably need that one. 51.6. Ooh, I will say something right now, and this is not a prediction, but anticipation based on experience and what I have seen with the market lately. This is the Santa rally. This is December. They are all exuberant, irrational exuberance. We're dangerously close to an all-time high. Right there. That's the all-time high in the micro. Same, there's one for the ES. And we're pretty close to that, huh? About 40 handles. 50. I would suspect that that's going to fall before Christmas. Just there you go. You can mark it down and believe it or not, or whatever you want to do. Previous low is 53.4. Now that's the previous RTH low, and that's going to be way in the hell down here because we had a giant day yesterday, huh? I think. And the previous high is 42.0. Overnight high is 51.6. Did I get that in there already? No? Yeah. And the previous high is, there's the close. Well, I was way off, huh? What the hell I was looking for, but I didn't do a very good job of it. Previous high went somewhere is 42.0. 0.0, and where did that high go, right? Or there's the previous close. Now this should tell you something. Overnight high is 51% probability that we'll take it out. Previous close is 74%. Well, if we're going to get to 74%, we're going to have to get through 51, eh? These are probabilities. These are not hard, fast lines in the sand. Don't bet the ranch, this is just to give me, and if you're watching you, a heads up as to potential areas we might revisit. Think about it. Out of 1,600 and however many days it is, 1,637 days, we have taken this level out 74% of the time where we opened lower in range. That's it. That's all it says. Okay. And now I'm way behind on my world famous TLab snap here. Which I'm going to do right now. And what is the TLab? God. It is a Bookmap Discord chat room started by a fella named Tom B. I guess you could say started by. I think he's the one that I guess created it. I mean, it's sponsored by Bookmap, right? So I suppose in reality they're the ones that created it. But Tom's got it, and it is. It is his, as far as I'm concerned. Now, Tom is a professional trader by his admission. He's got about 46 years of trading. Obviously very profitable. And every day at 6, I post the numbers, and at 8:20, I post this screen grab to give all those folks in there an opportunity for whatever numbers they might be looking for. And don't have the charting for. And the reason I do that is out of, thanks and respect for Tom and the other members of the site, actually. I was active in there pretty active in there early on. And then until I started focusing on this virtual journal stream, which is a suggestion basically from Tom and that group about narrating your own trade and being focused on the market. So I'm focused on my market. I'm focused on my trade. And I am not, busy chatting and yucking it up in a in a Discord room all day. I just don't think that's, that's where I'm at. So it's free. I don't make that recommendation for any of the other Bookmap Discord sites or chat rooms because I have certainly not visited them all. The only other two that I did visit were typical. The guy, third word out of the guy's mouth was trying to sell you something. Morning, Antonio. And that one thing that I believe still remains a tenet in the TLab is that you will never be solicited for anything, and that's refreshing. So there you go. Let's get ready to open now, and I'll be right back. Okay, where are we now? Well, we're gonna kick this pig here pretty quick. Going to open in 2 minutes. Let's hope that the thing resets on time. One final word about the TLab that I think is important. And maybe I said it, I don't remember. Tom does not trade live, nor does he call trades. And it's a Discord room. But I believe that he's the real deal, and then he does what he says he's doing, you know? So there you go. And I can't make that statement for many other people that I've bumped into on the internet or the YouTube or anywhere else. And the reason I stream to YouTube is for transparency and accountability. This stream starts at 8 o'clock every trading day and runs the entire cash market until 1500. I take absolutely no trades off the stream. And you can go back and look at the, video record. This is my live account funded by me with AMP Futures. There you go. And I don't make trade calls, as I said. I'm not, or any of that stuff, but I do trade live, and I am fully, because it's my journal, and the only way I can get what I'm thinking at the moment into the recording and the stream is my voiceover. So, well, I'm looking at this, and here's that signal, and I'm going to take this, and you see me enter trades over here. Now, one thing I haven't done yet, which is we're going to open, so I will do it right after the open, is set Bookmap up to trade. At this moment, I could not take a trade if I wanted to. And there's the still opened early, 15 seconds. I got no clue, but I'm not going to argue about it. Okay, there we go. Now I need to change my IRT to the daily session only to keep the various flags aligned with each other and everybody and whatever else. It's just all anal crap that doesn't mean anything to anybody but me, I suppose. It does matter to some people I know that, as I said, I push and share the session prices with a lot of people, and they expect to have the relationship of value area high and low correct with the developing value area high and low, and that I can only achieve by doing this with Bookmap, with IRT. What I'm doing here is changing the session prices, the sessions to the RTH session now for all of these. And this is the mini. Come on. Wake up, son of a bitch. Boy, I need to upgrade the old CPU here, Antonio. The only other thing I can do without a motherboard switch is to upgrade my CPU from the 129 I9 12900K to 14900K. Okay, so there we go. We're open, we're ticking. Here's yesterday, high time frame, micro composite chart. There's the hootenanny yesterday. Aren't we excited? And here is today. Okay. Volume is only 275,000 contracts traded since last night's open, or 89 if you're looking at the micros. Let's get back to the book map and finish my job over there. So, boy, what a limp overnight, huh? Wow. That's an anemic trade there. So let's slap Blue Boy on again. Wake that devil up. There we go. Don't watch. Top secret indicator. There you go. Now, this visual clue for me, if I glance left and see Blue Boy over here, I know I have the whole session in view. Pretty quick. We'll have the flags align with high and low, so okay. We've got the VWAP in the middle where it belongs and the full session over here, so everything's ticking over, huh? Here we go. Now, back to what I got ahead of myself or behind myself, whichever way you want to look at it. In order to trade on Bookmap, which I could not do at this moment, I could click hell out of everything and nothing would happen. Hotkey, no matter what. You have to activate the trade control panel and pick a method that you will interact with the application to trade with your mouse. And this also, you have to have one of these selected if you're going to trade hotkeys with the keyboard. If you choose chart, the only place you can trade with your mouse is the active data column. Notice how the mouse pointer turns to a $sign. That means something. Okay. Nothing happens over here yet. You see that? If it goes dome, oh, $sign. What I do is both. Now, as you might imagine, both of these are active to trade. I use and recommend heartily multi-brackets because this is how I employ the risk-neutral methodology, and also I don't ever put a trade on without a full bracket orders. So the smallest risk-neutral package you can use is a 2-lot because you need to have an even number of contracts. 2-lot. The next thing you need to decide is the stop size for the package. And the first thing you better understand or look at is the risk tolerance of your account. Prop account, your account, whatever. If you're just paper trading, I guess it doesn't matter. But you know, if you want to develop bad habits, don't do that. What instrument is it? What's the volatility? All those things. Once you've decided the package size and the stop size, then the first risk neutral trade or target is automatic. It's half of the package, and it's for the same number of stops positively as the stop is negative. Then the second contract, or however many others you have, are runners. Here's 4 contracts, higher volatility. 4 contracts, normal, okay? And you can make as many, set these up, 100 contracts and 50, whatever the hell your account allows for. At that point, I close that bad boy. Now, I know that I can trade with my mouse, and of course with my hotkeys if I choose to do that, which you have to set up, by the way. But I don't need the rest of these trade management or trade control panel tools, so I validate or verify the package size. Notice that these metrics here are reproduced up here, and you can turn this thing off or on, whatever you want. But that allows me to click the button again. Because we chose a way to interact, it stays green. Padlock's unlocked. We can trade. got all the metrics, cancel, close, and I get the real estate back. Now we could take a trade. I hate it when people do that, and I don't know why. It just seems like automatic. I'm not the queen or the king or whoever, you know. It's me. I can do that. I can trade, not we. So irritating to me, and I realize it doesn't mean anything to anybody else, but there you go. So there we are. Now we're ready to trade. Get a little more volume over here. I have session prices. What have we done? Well, we have not even taken out the mid or, we haven't taken out the mid or the IB or the there we go, POC yet. What have we got going on? Well, we've got 90, 91. We have 11 handle range so far. That is not conducive to successful mouse clicking, in my opinion. Okay. I probably forgot something else. I don't know why I was behind the curve here with the pre-market. I guess it's Friday, and, you know, what do you want? Hey, it's free, huh? I don't forget anything on all the stuff I offer behind the paywall. Which is exactly nothing. There's I have a Discord here, risk neutral trading Discord also, but I don't even open it because there's not, you know, I'm focused on this. This is my journal, and the whole purpose of this exercise is to develop, I guess, my trading business as a consistently profitable business, my business. You know, support me, support my family, live on, not just some pie in the sky crap. I'm not in my grandma's basement in my underwear trading, you know what I mean? So that's why I approach it this way, rather than a video game, or, you know, I'm not, hey, if YouTube wants to give me, you know, a pile of money every month, I guess I could be more flexible, but this is where I am at this moment, so that's what I'm doing. My idea for these setups are, I want all the information that I believe I need to make a trade right here on the hard right edge. I don't rearview mirror trade. I'm not an internet guru, so, you know, I don't wait for 2 or 3 hours and then start a live stream and go, okay, well, we did this and then we did that, which is all rearview mirror stuff. I think for me, that's invalid. I also only trade vetted setups. And at this moment, I have one, which fortunately has 2 trades involved. And anybody that doesn't do that isn't eating their own dog food, in my opinion. And I demonstrate transparently and I think probably with more detail than anybody cares about, exactly how I backtest, exactly how I determine the trades, vetting, and then what those trades are. Again, transparent and accountability. I may not be entertaining or any of that stuff, but by God, nobody can say it's not transparent or fully accountable. I don't think. I don't know. Maybe there's something I'm missing, but if there is some factor I'm missing, then it's because I just didn't think of it. So here's our IB low. Here's our IB low. There's our IB high. There's our IB high. The high and the low with the first 1 hour. What's this down here? The IB high from yesterday, 69.9. That's why I put those initials. Huh? Cute, huh? Clever. I'm a clever Trevor, dude. No reports of any consequence or numbers out today. which is scary because then that means we have the very high possibility of the unidentified critical risk. And now's a really good time to go through what I mean by that. So, first of all, no comment here that I make. I mean, I make some jokes maybe sometimes, but nothing's political. It's none of your business who I voted for or what my politics are, or is it any of mine yours? You know? But here's a real important thing to remember, which I do point out frequently. Unidentified critical risk and the huge importance it has on our trading now in this current environment. If you're a trader or any kind of a project manager or business person, after you've established your business and your project or whatever it is, the first thing you better be sure you've done is analyze what potential risks there could be to that project. And you come up with a mitigation plan. If you're a project manager or PMP, you know very well what I'm talking about. If you can't identify that risk, big danger, right? That's got to be the most dangerous possibility that we have as traders. We have scheduled reports. Everybody for the last 15 or 20 years knows that at the first Friday of every month at 7:30 in the morning, we're going to get the non-farm payroll report. And it's the biggest market mover of the numbers typically. The Fed rate seems to be more so now. That we have. It's scheduled. We know about it. We plan on it. You can make a risk management plan. You can be out. You can be in. You can go back, test, and vet various strategies, whatever you want to do. But you know, it's not a surprise, right? That's not the case anymore. And why I was saying in the pre-market how much I appreciate these random risk events being picked up by financial juice. And what do I mean by random risk events? Well, let's look at this guy right over here. Here it is, just paging off the screen. Look at this 229 point drop in the market precipitated by a completely unexpected tweet at 10 o'clock in the morning on a Friday. Turns out was not even valid. The reason for the tweet was not valid, and the reaction that was threatened in the tweet never happened either. And that's certainly Trump's business to do by Trump in Truth Social. That's his business to do whatever he wants. He's a president. Good for him. Got no problem with that. But if you were sitting there like a bird on a wire and didn't have brackets in, weren't only focusing on your risk management. Remember, your job as a trader, the first job you have as a trader is to preserve your account and then to grow your account. And you can only do that with statistically verified trades, setups with an edge, and risk management. Well, if you had a trade in here and you didn't have bracket orders, you had a real bad freaking day right over here. That's all I'm saying. It's not political. It's a reality. And here's a graphic proof that it's a reality. And then go back to the Rose Garden and the tariff thing. I mean, pick one. I use this one because it's still in view, right? Pretty soon it's going to scroll off, and then I'll have to come up with something different. Yeah. That's why I often point out or am really hypersensitive to a random risk, and why I think it's really important for all of us as traders to be damn sure you are aware. It's just like you shouldn't be sitting there, with your head up your ass trading at 7:30 on the first Friday of every month because you're liable to get hammered with the non-farm payroll. Well, at 12:30 and then at 1400, you better be aware of your position in the market, what's going on, because these are two opportunities Now, obviously, the swearing-in ceremony is meaningless as far as our market's concerned. But at least I suspect that any time Trump gets in front of a camera or a microphone, there's a possibility he could say whatever, like any of the other ones, any of the other politicians. And so that's the unidentified critical risk. That's the end of that speech right there, boys and girls. And what are we doing over here? Well, kind of a benign open, isn't it? A little bit of responsive buying for profit taking. And then what? Well, there we go. Well, I'm tired of that random risk political comment speech. I might have to put a blurb in the description or something and just refer to it. It's boring to me. And really, it's nobody's business if I want to. I mean, I want to be some random nutcase like, that's, I guess, up to me. Well, that's not the case, but you know what I mean. And I think some of them have more, have a lot more subs and likes than I do. That's for sure. Say something crazy and people seem to think it's pretty cool. Okay. Well, we're pushing a little bit lower here now into this low volume zone, node, whatever you want to call it over here. This is one thing about Bookmap that you may or may not notice, why I think it's important to have a couple of systems up. This is only last night, and now that we've reset, yesterday's not around. I guess I could probably do one of those columns, but I have everything. You got to remember that I'm standing here at this desk, which they're both stand-ups, and in front of me are both of my screens. It's actually a 4-monitor rack. Both of my primary trading screens are right in front of my face, so it's not like a surprise to me that I can see where we are in the low volume node over here from yesterday. This guy right here. One thing that may be noticeable, notice how this line indicator for the IB low is below the flag. Not a bug or a problem. It's behavior within Bookmap. So the data that drives both of these is pushed automatically, continuously from IRT to Bookmap. The minimal refresh time I can set in the cloud node column is a minute, and the boys and girls who coded this indicator obviously have it less than that. When I first saw that, I was bummed out pretty substantially, but then there we go. Now they just do that. They just hop back and forth. Well, there we are. 88 to 03. 20 handles. Well, 15 anyway. I got a fresh load of homemade biscottis delivered here. Ooh. That Billy says, yum. Okay. Where am I now in the great scheme of things? Disappointing yesterday, disappointing day trading wise. As I, go back to the stream, you'll figure it out or understand rather than rehashing it all. Here. I guess. I should probably do this on the stream, I guess. So this is my back testing tab and where I am now forward testing this trading system, which is how I vetted the initial balance trades. The only trades that I'm taking at the moment, because that's the only two I have personally vetted. And I'm eating my own dog food here, This chart, these levels and lines are custom indicators that I built on this chart to visually verify where the rules firing if and when I think they are supposed to. And I also have the ability here of sending this system to this chart, and it will take a trade live in real time and graph it. So let's do that right now. Now, a couple things about this indicator. It was built a long time ago by Chad Payne. I'm going to turn these two off so these green lines go away. Profit targets. What it will do is draw a box and plot with this color and then put the buys and sell markers on any trade that's taken. It does have a problem in that it was built with the concept of all in, all out. So I scale out T1, T2. What it does when you enter a trade is it creates a box down here, and it doesn't total both the amount of ticks correctly. I don't care because the markers are correct and the plot is correct. So this is now gonna, if something happens over here today, it will plot the order. First of all, and most important, probably very importantly, this is not going to go to my live AMP account. This is happening within the IRT simulator. These orders. This is live data. No problem. Right there. There's the heartbeat. I have made sure of this is just a note to make sure I selected the proper account, and this is up here to make sure I have no instruments in this trading list, i.e. this prevents IRT from pushing this stuff live in real time to the broker. That'll be the next step. Right now what I'm doing is, so the way I'm dealing with this as far as live trading is, when I follow along with the signals. Obviously I know them, and there are only 3 because I built this. I follow along, and when a trade is taken by the system over here, I enter it manually with the multi-bracket here on Bookmap, and then let the chips fall where they may. So that's the plan. And sometimes I screw myself. Yesterday, my entry was a couple of ticks off from the system because of just clicking, and getting a real fill. And I got stopped, missed my risk neutral T1 target by 1 tick. The system generated or produced a scratch because it was that 1 tick higher, and therefore that risk neutral scale was hit. The joy of trading. Okay, so I guess that's about as much of that as I need to go through. I've been trying to do a lot of stuff nobody cares about, I'm sure, but me. With regard to signals here. Get this over here so we can see more of it. Pretty soon I'll stretch this out. Oh, man. God damn, I'm tired of that. I don't know. It's my graphic card, the computer, whatever. There you go. So now we'll see what happens as the day progresses. Was I showing any of that on the stream? I hope so. Maybe not. The simulated flag, the rules, pushed to here, confirmation that there's no instrument in the trading list, and there we go. And here's today. Why are there no pullback zones and triggers? Because it's not 9:30 yet. Yeah, so that was, I noticed that there were 2 instances of the trade system. I must have clicked the push to the chart or show on the chart button or whatever twice I had. So we have the trading system now, taking trades in the IRT simulator if they present themselves. What I'm trying to focus on at this point, and that's what purpose of all these V-pound variables and stuff up here are, is to get the signals firing sequentially and individually, uniquely, as they're supposed to. In the trading system, these rules, what the computer will do is validate each one of these rules every 1 minute candle. And there they are. All of these rules are required to produce 2 trades around each of the IBs of the initial balance. Initial balance continuation, IBC, initial balance failure, IBF, IB high, IB low. That's it. That's all these do. They enter a 2-lot risk neutral package, or as I have it, however I set it up, with no, and let's confirm that, I guess. That might be a good idea. Okay, so there's the stop, there's the T1, there's T2, there's no trail contract, and there's no trail stop plus entry. So this is a straight up 2-lot risk neutral package. And that's the way I like it. And I'll modify that rule, and I'll be sure, because I do these what if, this is where all the what if crap happens, right? For all of the back testing, which we'll talk about in a little while. So there we go. So anyway, what I've been trying to do on this chart and in the signals is to have them fire, obviously when they're supposed to, but uniquely. In other words, I don't want, I've named the rules I'm very, creative. I named them A, B, and trigger. So I only want to see one A on the IB high, and low. And there would be one, also down here. I only want to see one B, and I only want to see one trigger, because that's exactly what happens in the system. And then after a position is closed and the system goes flat, those triggers, those flags reset and can happen again. The way I originally did them in a hurry was, wherever the A happened or the B happened, there'd be Bs all over the place. There'd be triggers all over the place. And I knew, I know that there needs to be an A and a B and a trigger, and they need to be sequentially, and they need to be, a couple other things. But these are shared with several people, and that's probably not as clear or easy. And I don't want to trip anybody up. That's not the point. Oh boy, it's right out. What's going on here? There we go. I hope it's pleasant wherever anyone is. Let's see what this is. Okay, I need to copy that, which I didn't do. That's pretty dumb, I guess. All righty, here's a kind of an interesting. This is average volume today against where we are for this time frame, 1 minute chart. And this is the average true range based on a 1 minute chart. And here we are, back at the rodeo here. Here's today. Oh boy, we're going to the moon, Alice. Oh, out the bottom we go, huh? Yeah. What the hell is... What's that? That's a hell of a volume spike about something right there at 841. I guess just... Uh, out the bottom we go, baby. And here's the RTH, remember, so we're now pushing out of the... Why aren't I seeing the overnight low? What the hell's going on here? Oh, it's way above us. Is this right? What's going on? Something looks goofy here. Something looks a little amiss. With these levels. Well, no, there's the overnight low right there. Okay. This is kind of deceptive, right? And even I just stumbled over it, not thinking, this is the full session. This is not the overnight. So this is going to continue to trail along here. Football. That was dumb. By the way, that is a previous MCVPOC from yesterday. Oh man, right there. See that? This closing selling, this happens a lot. Right at 1500 or just a minute after, they'll pull a POC way up here. Well, there's where we hit it, and away we went. Now, let's see what's going on over here. I didn't think of this. Yeah, you see that? That's the POC as recorded by IRT. And did I get that right? No, I didn't. On Bookmap. Well, I'll slap it in there just to show myself who's boss. And I don't know why. Yeah, we'll see. It's Friday. Gonna reset all this stuff. I work all these things over the weekend. I'm not gonna. So we've hit we haven't tagged that out yet, so it's still below us by a smidgen. Eh? 68, oh, something or other. What is it? It's 68 quarter. And we haven't tagged it yet. According to IRT, you can do whatever you choose to do. So I will get back over to here and I will go 68 quarter, and I will go boom, and I will go boom, and I will go like this. What was yesterday? Now that's a big question, and boom. I always hit that. I don't know how many years I'm going to use this program before I figure that out. So there we are. Oh boy. Now, woman is a torture person. Just cooking up all these wonderful smells while I'm in here. Trying to focus. Okie dokie. 9:14. Now what are we going to think about? Well, the initial balance trades. I've already talked about vetting and doing all that stuff. We know that the initial balance is the low and the high of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. It's not a thing yet. Won't be until 9:30. But let's talk about it now. Anyway. So why is it a thing, and why do I start with a rule there? Because it is the most probable statistic that we have every day per this study, for all of these price levels, for all of these things. And it is greater than a 97.8% probability, right here and here, that we will take out, or price will revisit the overnight high, the IB high or low, today's IB high or low at some point in the balance of the RTH trading session today. Today, in fact, it's 98.3%, which means it's a 1.7% probability that we will not hit the IB high or the IB low at some point in today's RTH session between 9:30 Central Standard Time and 1600 Central Standard Time. Clear, easy, not confusing math. Price levels, right? Statistics. So that's why it is the first signal. And the statistic that is tied to my first trading signal, and which starts the process of the initial balance trades. Okay, so where am I? What am I doing? Who's on third? There we go. Now, one thing I'll point out that I may have missed, the coloring, I try to keep the coloring consistent between IRT and bookmap, so the greens are the IBs, the, whatever that thing is the VWAP and the VWAP and the mid and that kind of stuff, okay? So let's look over here. So we know that after 9:30, this will stop moving down, and this will stop moving up, the IB low and high, and we will have that statistic which says 98.3% of the time, one of the two of these will be exceeded by price at some point between 9:30 and 1600. Well, if you looked at the context here and why I think context is so important, what would you guess would be the one? Probably down here, huh? Or you anticipate. Now, I strongly don't recommend trading to the statistic. I actually have a hotkey for that. And we'll talk about that in a minute. But so the way it works here is the way my thinking in these trade rules go. After 9:30, the first rule is to take the initial balance statistic. Then, and I guess this is commonly known by everybody, there are two trades associated with initial balance. You can either trade down. Let's look at the low. Trade down here, take the initial balance statistic. Can't get any lower. Mean revert back to the mean. Mean revert. Outside in. That's a mean reversion trade. Referred to in the IB parlance as initial balance failure, or IBF. The other side of the coin is down here, test up. Yeah, we had enough of that. Let's look lower, and away they go. IB continuation trade, IBC. Those are the two trades that I vetted, one around the low and one around the IB high. So here we go. And, some other stuff involved with it. For example, a rotational day would typically suggest a failure, right? Because it's the IBF is just a mean reversion trade with a fancy name hooked onto the IB. There are traders who have vetted setups for only mean reversion. But this is a classic example of a context that's directional, and you would not have any mean, if you were taking longs down here, you're fighting the trend. You're swimming upriver, in my opinion. And I don't think that's a good thing to do. Now, the context, like with everything with trading, it's the context right now is lower highs, lower lows. Should be visibly obvious that the context is south. That will be the case until it's not. We will be rotational until we're not anymore. We'll be directional until we're not anymore. The context will be down until it's not. Unfortunately, that not part, or when that happens, is something that I've not figured out, nor anybody I know has been able to, until it's over, until that fact is in place. So that's one of the joys of trading. Another 10 minutes, we'll have an IB statistic. This is what do we do? What do we do? Nothing. This could come clear down here. Still not the IB stat. Nothing triggered, because this will continue to move lower until 9:30. Which brings me to making sure that everything's okie dokie over here. Now at 9:30, when the IB statistic happens, there will be the pullback zones, the trigger zone, and the continuation zone lines and labels will appear on Bookmap. And they come from the backtest chart here, but only after 9:30. Here's yesterday. Here's today. Flat top, not a good thing. That flat top means the auction, in my opinion, means the auction wasn't finished. Will it be today? Maybe. Will it be at some point? I'm pretty sure. Notice how it's flat as a board right here? This is excess. This is excess. This is excess. This is excess. This is flat as a board. The logical thinking is the auction got chopped off there, didn't get a chance to finish. Is that true? I guess. I mean, what the hell do I know? I'm just winging it here. I'm trying to do this, learn this as we go, huh? Basically. Confirm it as we go, maybe. Better way. But after you stand and look at these things long enough, these charts and stuff, you'll start to notice, well, you know what? Go back and look at how, now these are candles, which I don't like at all. But go back and look at how many of these profiles has excess on the top and the bottom. How many are flat? There you go. It's not any kind of a top secret prediction thing. It's just an observation. Let me say something pretty handy about vetting a trade too, actually. One of the things that's nice about I find psychologically comforting about only trading vetted setups, which you have statistically proven to have an edge or an expectancy. It eliminates the whole hurry, scurry, and blurry, gunsling and whipping and spurring, hurry trading. You see, start to set up. Now, there's the first rule. How about the next one? No, it doesn't set, so we don't trade. Then there's the trigger. Oh, yeah, we're in the trade. And is it in alignment with our rules and everything? Well, yeah, that's the whole idea. One of the things that I've talked about this week is an addition to the trading system to keep it aligned with context. I would be not nearly as comfortable taking a long today, even though it's signaled and even though I will, because that's my commitment to my process, as I would be a short, because what have we been doing? That would be counter trend trading to me. We've got now 6 minutes, and you see we just popped it way down here to the value area low, and this is going to join up here pretty quick. And they're looking at this POC, I'm sure of that. We've already tagged through yesterday's point of control. So down we go. And what have we been doing? We've been having sell tails, and then they go the other way, And how many days in a row do we have? What does the market do? Goes up to go down, goes down to go up, goes up to go down, goes down to go up. And what are we going to do? Who knows? What is all of that? Too high? There's that stuff. Yeah. So there's that POC we just took out from yesterday. Notice where our VPOC is today at this moment. Way in the hell at the top. Way up at that unfinished auction. What's that mean? I have no idea, but it's an observation, isn't it? Way up here. Remember, the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. The retail fair value, whatever. That's what it is. The very split second that one of these contracts, one of these prices trades 4,058 contracts, that thing is moving there. That's all there's to it. It's all... I mean, I'm not saying this is easy, but I'm saying it doesn't have to be some sort of mystical hocus pocus either. And I'm firmly in the camp that the more simple and the less criteria you can apply to your decision making, the better off you're going to be. It's a human recognized trait that the more complex this decision tree becomes, our mind kind of falls over and our brain defaults to the most likely one or the most recent common one or whatever else. Supposedly. Again, no shrink here, but okay, we've got 2 minutes till the initial balance trade. So what I'm going to start doing now is getting ready to think about that. Get that stuff out of my hair so I have clean vision. I know the liquidity. What have we got for big levels over here? I guess that's not too terrible at this point. Remember, these are not the IB stats yet. This is still ticking down. It will not be a statistic for another minute. And this brings me to the my don't trade towards the statistic in anticipation of the statistics warning based strictly on my past performance. Yeah. It's going to be pretty phenomenal if we don't take the IB low as the statistic. It's going to be in 30 seconds. It's going to probably be taken before the flags can catch up. Targeting this POC is my guess. But it is not a slam dunk. And often this will happen. But it's a sell-off. So I will be pretty amazed if the statistic, which is now a thing, okay? So there's the IB low. There's the statistic. Now, what's going to happen? Will we get that or will they bounce it and take a bunch of stops out? I have no clue. My guess, like yours, and I suppose everybody else's, is that's going to take the statistic, and guess what? It just stopped a bunch of people out. Well, according to this, and let's see how quickly it updates. According to this, the IB statistic is here. It has been exceeded. Assuming these flags are correct. So let's wind this up. Let's get this up here a little bit somehow. Get out here to my 1 minute view. Get rid of this crap. Now here's the part where everybody chokes when I go like this. I do this for a reason, and I'll tell you what that is in a minute if you're good. So here's 9:30. Well, if we didn't take it here, we definitely took it on this candle. And now we're heading for the B signal, which is up here. So the statistic is in place. These are 1 minute candles. And the reason I do this is the rules are based on highs and lows and close. And look at that. And that's the pullback. Closes up here, comes down to the trigger. Then that would be, man, this is happening fast. Faster than I can keep up with. This is happening faster than I can keep up with here. What's going on here? The zones are plotting. I got to stop and think about this. I'm not even getting my, come on, man. I got to get this opened up to the point that I can actually see what the hell's going on. I think there's a signal here. I don't know. This would be a pullback, right? And depending on where you called the initial balance statistic, you could have been stopped out and been pretty disappointed about life in general. This is not good. First of all, I'm not seeing any of the signals, so my world famous signal marker, all the work I did last night, is useless. Why is nothing happening over here? Huh. Seems like I thoroughly broke everything, I guess. Oh no. According to this 1 minute chart, there is no IB statistic per the rules. Okay. You see this candle? Pierce the initial balance, but the rule is open above, close below. Previous bar, open higher than the close when we're looking at the IB low. So this is not, there is no A signal correctly. So, okay. There you go. Am I on the right window? Is everything happening? I don't even know. Very scary blurry. Very scary and blurry. God damn, I hate that. I go through these things every time and tell it not to put the toolbar, and every time it does. Okay, so the reason I've done this is to determine the and that's right. You see, there's 1, there's 30. That's a real judgment call, boy. Yeah, that's a judgment call. I don't know what to say there. Well, I'm not in the trade, and it didn't signal one on the over there, so that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. All right, let's do a run through the roses here and make sure the checklist, pre-trade checklist, for all you pilots out there. We got both. We're going to trade with the dome or the chart. This is the correct package, I know, because that's the only one there. Back off. Here we go. Okie dokie. So, yeah. Now, it's important for me to highlight that this, according to the statistic with IRT and everybody else that does those, on the statistics thing up here, this constitutes the initial balance statistic, and I can even prove that to you right here. It will be blue. It'll be highlighted blue, and there we go, highlighted blue. IRT conveniently and most graciously, when a statistic is hit or achieved, it changes the text from black to blue. And you see that our statistic up here for the initial balance has been hit because it only is touched, right? So it's not, it doesn't have to, this whole process of the signals and the criteria is my trading layers of complexity added on top of the original thing. And, you know, but I only have 3 rules. They're specific, but I only have 3. So I don't find that even for an old guy, I should be able to deal with it. Keep in mind that the perspective now, right? The scale. So here's that low volume area that we're just poking into now. And I have these out at 50 cents or two ticks just to give myself more visibility, and one minute wide, so that I can see what's happening with these candles. And I'm sorry for the candles, but the only other way I can determine where the 1 minute stuff, the last price obviously shows you how the bar has progressed, but the signal rules have the close in within this or the whatever else. So that's important to me to figure out. And at this point, I haven't been able to figure. And sometimes I even do this. Watch this. This will really piss you off. If you're a book map, there you go. Look at that. Because sometimes that gray last price line confuses me. I wish the Christ book map would do bars instead of candles, because I find them less, I don't have to interpret as much. I don't have to stop and think about, okay, this is filled, that means it's up, so down here was the open and up here was the close. You know, with the bar, it's the open, the bar, high, low, and the close, wherever that they are, and it's absolutely no question about it. And I'm sure that somebody else is going, well, there's no question about candlesticks either, but I just explained why I feel that way. Would this be a pullback to short? Wouldn't that be lovely? But it's not anything to do with one of my things. You know? Now, here's something interesting. I'll put that last line back on. This looks pretty embarrassing. I'm not trying to make any statements about Bookmap. I'm trying to figure out, I don't actually care. I'm trying to figure out what helps me trade successfully. What helps my trading business? You know, I don't care if I end up, if I use trading view and one screen, you know, if I make money doing that, if you make money doing that, absolutely don't change. And tell us in the chat how you doing it, you know? Wouldn't that be a pleasure? I want to be that guy with sitting on the beach with his flip-flops and his Heineken sitting there, or his clear bottle backs if you're in the Bahamas and lucky, and you got a phone and a pile of money or whatever, you know what I mean? All those euphemisms that I turned $1 into $785 gazillion, and I never had 100% win rate. You know, it's like, oh, sure you did. Never fails. Never lose again. Never have a stop again. It's amazing to me the amount of bullshit that gets put out on YouTube, and even more phenomenal to me is they're funded. You know, those guys are monetized. They've got enough followers and people that they're making money doing that. It's really crazy for me. I'm not crazy, but it's really an interesting phenomenon to me. So let me say now, back over here, what I was going to do before I launched on that tirade for whatever reason. Had this been an IB signal, pull back, trigger. That would have been 55, 65. Well, that wouldn't quite have gotten to both targets, but it would certainly be risk neutral scale. And it isn't over yet. It's not stopped out yet, but almost to both targets. Oh, looky here. We had the VPOC migration south. Isn't that cute? Let's see if that's really happening or that's just something. Hasn't happened on IRT yet, which is always marvelous. So here's Antonio's favorite trade, that initial balance. VPOC migration, not initial balance, VPOC migration. And that's a good one, can be. A lot of people say so. I've had a terrible time with it because I can't, it's pretty obvious where the yellow brick road's going. But what are the parameters? So you got short right here, and now what happened? Oh, now you're licking your ass. Now you're licking your wounds. Same thing that happens. I'm not just winging this, with hyperbole. This is based on, I have journals here where I kept accurate records of trade data for and this is one of the worst setups that I've not been able to figure it out. Let's put it that way. And we're still trading up. Oh, if they can get where am I? Okay. Here's what I was going to show you. Damn it. And I got all busy. I got to get this. I got to get better at this. I apologize. So if you guys just, get a bunch of your friends to subscribe and I get monetized and I won't have to worry about trading and I can become a slick broadcaster. Coming to you from Houston, Texas. The Lone Star State. Men are men and sheep are nervous. Here's that VPOC migration. You got short. You got hammered. Now what? You continue to be hammered. What I was going to point out was, if this had been the signal and the system was long, risk neutral scale, another 2 ticks, another 1 tick, there you go. There's T2. There's both profit targets, and you're out the door at 9:45, and you've got your day made. And there's a lot, but and now what does that do to my thinking here and my predisposed prejudice that longs or mean reversions wouldn't be a suggested trade? And in reality, they wouldn't. What's the context down? And what's the first trade that went to both targets? A counter trend trade, a mean reversion. Like I said, it's going to be, the context is going to be down until it's not anymore. Is this where it's not anymore? I don't know. If you figure out how to know that, please, without any question, jump immediately on the chat. Here's something I do, a workflow, if anybody cares or not. Whenever a level has been revisited and is stale until I take it off the chart, I change the text to black. I know it's been hit when I look back at, something else. And there we are. And we're right back at the value area low, developing value area low. Am I right? Yep, there I am. I was looking at that over here. This is the value area. There's a developing value area. There's the developing value area low. Bing, bang, boom. Well, this is fun. I'm the sort of person that, a lot of my life was whipping and spurring and, purely discretionary, I guess you could say. And I approached trading in 1999 into the dot-com bubble, great timing, with the attitude that I've been good at everything I've done in my life, and I'm, a lot of the time I've been out there on the ragged edge, and it's always worked out, and that's the way I'm going to trade, and I promptly lost a shitload of money. And that's not the way to approach I can promise you, I got 100,000 reasons to why I promise you that's not the way to approach the market, in my opinion, and it's certainly not the way I'm approaching it now. And a lot of water under the bridge since 99. Absolutely, but there you go. There you go. So much for I'm not going to go counter trend, huh? So let's wind this up a little bit and see where that lazy, useless blue guy's up to over here. Well, there you go. Bing, boom, bang. Here's that VPOC migration. What's going to happen? Well, you see here we're at 42.35, and whatever I said way up here, the minute it gets to 40.58, it's going to move, and it isn't very much many more than that. Right? A couple hundred contracts. They can knock out a couple hundred contracts any place. Right here's a likely suspect. I would say that 68.5 might well be the POC toot sweet. You never know. That's the thing about the earlier moments and the POC. Hanging your hat on that may be not such a great idea. And this is an area where now we had a VPOC migration. We've tested up here to outer space, or maybe let's call it this consolidation before this drop. So they get short. It's shorten the pullback. Very valid idea. Shorten the pullback. Yeah, and you can get as granular as you want to. But that's just a gamble. I have no way of verifying or vetting that kind of a setup. Like I'm kind of thinking now, how am I going to contain my trade, the system, to only go in the direction of context? Fortunately, today I didn't have to worry about that because there was no initial balance high. But that's something I've been thinking about. I don't know how to programmatically do that. And the whole secret, or the whole principle behind backtesting is it is absolutely run by the computer, following the rules, no discretion. That's the only way you can have a legitimate backtest and know that you have a legitimate statistics, probabilities, an edge, expectancy, R multiple, R factor, all those things. Sortino. Sharp ratio, all of those things, and they all are generated out of IRT when you do a backtest. So we approach that world famous 10 o'clock. Don't know why it's world famous, but And no trade, nobody, no runs, no hits, no errors over here. They're dropping hard though. What would be the continuation trade? Well, the way they're coded, and I think it makes sense, I wanted to have price go through the initial balance in context, not counter. That's why there's no A signal right here. So if this continues down and they do that, there it is. Open above, close below. Then you have the B, which would mean trade down to here, the continuation zone, pull back to the trigger zone, and then Bob's your uncle, down you go. Who knows, man? And you know, I've already talked about it enough, I think. But yesterday, the system scratched and I got stopped because the system fired. And by the time I got my head over here and put in by the time I got my head from over here to over here and got my order in, I was a couple of ticks below the price of the system, and I got taken out by a tick. Let me rephrase that. I missed the risk neutral scale T1 by a tick. I didn't get taken out by a tick. That was not the right way to say that. And the system's crashed as a result. That's the importance of entry location. Pretty big deal. Pretty big deal. You know, asymmetric entry location is real important. And a matter of timing, are you healthy? Are you, well rested, hydrated, all that stuff that I talk about off and on in the stream? It's so important. It's like this is a really high performance environment. And there's a lot of really top flight people and machines that are gunning against you. Not against you, they're just trading. And if you are in a position where you provide the liquidity for them to make money, that's what they do. They could give two shits who you are or me or anybody else. And they could care if we all become zillionaires, I guess. But they definitely look at it from a point of view of food, I think. Food. Okay. I don't know why this thing is not. There we go. So we haven't taken the initial balance yet, but it looks like that's going to happen before too flipping long. There's a down candle. If we get one more close, now if we close down here, that is, oh no, it's not. Son of a bitch. Yeah, it will be. There's the A signal. There's the A signal fire over here. Okay. It hasn't concluded yet because the bar's not finished. Once this bar is finished plotting, it will. Now we're going to get into the pullback zone, or the continuation zone, I'm sorry. Yeah, I guess this is the trigger, I guess. I get confused about that, sorry. The continuation zone, and then the trigger zone, and then Bob's your uncle. I'm going to be in a trade, whether I want to or not. I don't want 30 seconds. I want 1 minute. There's what I want. No continuation zone. And I don't want a pullback zone, frankly. This is where I would have to make a serious discretionary decision. And I don't want that to be the case. I want it to be programmatic. Come on, get down there and tag this zone out. Let's get in there. Let's make the old guy happy. What do you think? Oh.
Hey, the IB low is taken.
There's a B. Okay, we got a B so far. If it's 6 there.
The IB low is taken.
Yeah, there's a new one. Now, if we get a trigger, this thing will enter. No, yeah, if you get a trigger, this thing will enter a trade. This is where my entry bothers me. This, and if I miss that, I'm going to, okay, there we go.
Order submitted.
There's T1. Now, will I get my scale?
Order submitted.
Will it fall out of bed? Will I get hammered? Who's on third? I don't know. And I don't see the system trading yet. And there's the T1 risk neutral.
Hey, the IB low is taken.
Whoa, damn, there's
The IB
T2.
low is taken.
I didn't even get that tagged in there yet. Well, aren't I a big shot? Look at me. Huh. I didn't even have time to get nervous, nor did I was busy typing, nor did I have time to move my target down to, you know, a more opportune location or whatever else. I guess I'm not bitching about it. And here's something pretty interesting. Unless I'm completely goofy, and that's, you know, highly possible, the system didn't take a trade here. And Jesus, look at it go. And I don't know why. Yeah. Yeah, baby. Well, that makes me kind of happy. Sure. Okay. Why not? What am I doing? Oh, yes. Mm-mm. Well, that's kind of interesting. Let's see what else happened here. There's our flag. There's the flag. Didn't reset. Nothing else happened. I don't know what happened over here. I didn't get my B. I didn't get I got a B, but I didn't get a trigger. And I should have. And I don't know. You know, I'll have to address those issues. But and wouldn't it, you know, woulda, shoulda, coulda. Wouldn't it have been nice to be able to have your target down here? Yeah. It'd be nice to be 6'5" and black and be playing for the NBA too, but guess what? I'm just, you know, broken old cowboy. Hey, Panda. What are you doing? What the hell is that? My bond? Yeah, it's because it's been aging. Well, how low can you go, huh? So this economy is just really rocking. I gotta hand it to those guys. Well, no, I don't. I have to hand anything to them. I took 2 pieces. I stole 2 pieces when you weren't peeking.
I'm done with this. I already.
Yeah, well, I don't, okay.
I don't want to.
Okay. Arguing with my wife over a bowl of bacon. She won. I've got it. Sorry to all my Muslim and Jewish friends out there. I'm a pork eater and I like it. Well. So here we are. Now this is an A, a B. The trigger didn't fire. It should have. And that would have been, there we are. And that's what we did get. But that's why you do not see a trade fired here. Something is wrong with my remake of all these signals last night. This should have cleared. And let's see here. Yeah, this should have cleared. So that didn't. No. These should have cleared. It's, like I said, or have said, I'm just on the ragged edge of this. on mute. Sorry about that. It's okay. I was just ranting and raving. Never mind. So where are we? Nowhere times 2. We got Blondie Puss talking over here. Hey, Panda. What are you doing? It's Friday. We going partying? You and me? Yeah? Let's go out and eat some mice in the field or what? He says, Dad, I've never been outside in my life. Don't talk like you. What else is going on? Well, heads up again, remember. We've got things starting at 12:30 and then 1400. So, yeah. Okie dokie. Encouraging to me that I'm making progress over here anyway. I know nobody cares about that but me, but hey, you know, somebody's got it. Okay.
Order submitted.
Oh, yeah. What am I doing here? Where's my mouse? Oh, wrong computer. I got 3 keyboards, a couple mice, and 3 computers going on in here, and I'm forever typing the wrong thing in the wrong place. Ain't a pretty picture. Getting old isn't a pretty picture, but I can guarantee it beats the alternative. I believe. Wow. Let's see what's going on over here. Well, here we are. And here we are. And here we are. Another VPOC migration there, boys and girls. They are definitely... Oh, and here's one of Rod's favorites. This is where the VPOC migrates outside of the IB. And his, I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think one of his criteria is it needs to be 3 to 5 points or something like that. Well, this is a hell of a lot more than that. You know, it's 25 points. Jesus Christ, 25 points. Look at that. 50 to 25. Sure as heck. Wow. Yeah. Wow. Rocking and rolling, baby. Rocking and rolling. The NQ's gone to South America. Down here somewhere. Oh. Yeah. Okay. When you got to tip your monitor up vertical so you can, see how far down the damn market went, or peek over the edge to see where it went. Well, needless to say, there's no additional trades on the horizon anytime soon in my world. And boy, would I have to make a real decision about a long signal up here. That would be... I hate to keep waffling on about that, but that's something that's come up in the last few days. And I am not sure what to do about it. Logically, I know that when I backtest, it doesn't think about that unless there's a rule in the system. And I know that. But also, you make changes and additions to the rules to improve the results of the backtest. So, just thinking out loud, if I come up with a context filter or requirement, would that improve my results? And that's a question that I do not know, and I will revert to my never change the trade plan or the rules in the middle of a live trading session. But you can bet your sweet patooch I'm going to be backtesting the bejesus out of stuff tonight and this weekend. That's faux show. What happened now? Jesus Christ. I have stuff going all over everywhere up here. So I'm going to enter this trade because I'm all happy about it in my trigger tool, my size up tool. That might be something fun to do, huh? It's fun for me anyway. And I have no trade delusions of trading, in my mind anymore. Because I'm only trading those two setups and that's that. So here is my Google Sheet thingy. Here are all the what if, back tests, each one of these representing minimum of 490 days or 488 days and, several hundred to 1,000 plus trades. That's the way I think you need to do backtesting. My sizing tool. So, yeah, I know. Why does it do that every time? So, yeah. What I'm doing here is trading AMP Futures live account. And I think I've explained that pretty thoroughly about how I watch for the signals in IRT and blah, blah, blah. in a process, right? A step-by-step process. First back testing and figuring it out. And then now running those trades on the back test tab. And then eventually I'm going to turn that live and see how they actually trade, I think. Well, that's the plan at this moment. So what I do, this is my size up tool. And if you wonder why is this more on trading micros and not minis, here is why. I believe in preserving and protecting my account, and I believe that risk management is the key. Obviously, trade discipline and trading your plan and all those other things. But so, what I want to jump out with this new live testing or forward testing, this strategy and these statistics on a mini. Well, I don't think that's good risk management. So I start with a micro. The philosophy or the premise is as follows. I trade the micros until the basic 2-lot risk neutral package for both. I trade the micros until the net P&L is 1.33 times the mini risk neutral full stop. And that equates to 319 ticks. Net ticks after commissions. So I enter each trade, and then I have this thing set up so that it calculates how many trades are needed to go and all that kind of stuff to reach that target. I think it's pretty simple. And what's today? Today's the 12th. And I'm going to enter this trade today now just to do this for fun. And then it's an IBC. Coincidentally, that seems to be what I get. And I've got 60 ticks, 2-lot, 24, 12, 48. Okay. I need one more trade and a little smidgen, and I will be at the target, and I will move to minis. That's how it works. Fall below that, back to micros. This is, in my opinion, approaching trading as a business. Logical, system-driven. There you go. There's an example. If you want this sheet or whatever, let me know. No problem. Yeah, and here's another VPOC migration now. And okay, so this is, oh yeah, I tested up here across and I got short. And I've tried all these things. You know, here if you tried that, you got stopped. Here if you tried that, it worked. I don't know what it is. I would like to vet that trade as a setup because it happens a lot. And it can be, you know, long or short. So it's not like, and it's a little more, I don't know. I was gonna, in the mean reversion trade is pretty limiting to me because you can, for example, you couldn't mean reversion trade today because we're not rotational. So, but you can certainly mean revert with VPOC migration trades if they're vetted that way, and you can do them directional. So that's another reason. For example, let's look at this. So we traded up. Here's the VPOC migration. We trade whatever. We come through it to the bottom side. We test up, and we get short. Same thing. Up, down, test back to it, at it, within a trigger zone, short. Now, this is hindsight, rear view mirror, right here in, 30 minutes, less than an hour. But that's the way you start that's the way I start the premise of figuring out what kind of rules I'm going to have, parameters to validate an entry. The first rule, what is now A on the on the trading deal over here is, sorry, I had the wrong screen, would be VPOC migration by a certain number of points. And price is, well, here's another one. Is price below it? Is price above it? You know, that would be something you need to think about. I don't know. All those parameters, that's the part I've never gotten used to. And look at how snazzy I feel right here with this little 60 ticks. Look at this shit. That's at least 300, you know? Well, 08 to 50. Call it 10. 40 handles times 4. 240 ticks. Yeah. That falls into the let your winners run deal, and there's no way you can know that except hindsight, rearview mirror, that I know. Or the big or you have a completely different trade. I mean, somewhere around here. Oh, wrong thing. I, on the weekend, just had a curiosity, tested some stuff out. Here is. Okay, here you go. Here's a 12 tick stop and a 100 tick T1, 100 tick T2. 100. All in, all out. What did it do? This is kind of surprising. Huh? Almost 50% win rate. Expectancy is 88.92%. It had an R factor of 1.87 and a risk reward of 8.3. And it was profitable by not much. Oh, this was only 18 days, by the way, and it's a micro, but it made $1,900. Had 18 winners and 14 losers. Now think about that. No, long and short. It had 4 winners and 3 losers. Think about that. It had 4 times 200 and 3 losers. This is consecutive, be sure you understand that. And this is 24 ticks times 3. Who knows? Maybe, maybe that's the secret. There's a lot of people that say that if retail traders should trade a small one-to-one pack, one-to-one setup. Here's one. Here's another one. Here's a 2-tick stop. 2. Half a point. 16-point T1, 16-point T2. Again, in that November. This was just for November. 65% win rate. I didn't do this for whatever reason. That's crazy. But consecutive winners were 8. Consecutive losers were 3. It has a expectancy of 18 ticks and a R factor of 9.83 and a risk reward of 8. All in 16 ticks and a 2-tick stop. Here's the killer though. There were 23 wins at 40 ticks. And there were 12 losses at 5 ticks, which is pretty amazing. Now, this is only over 18 trading days in November, but you know what I mean? These kind of things surprise me. Here's 36 all in. 1,009 trades. 392. Here's a bad one. 614. How the hell does that work? That's one you want to stay away from. But it made 14 grand overall. Over 488 days and 1,000 trades. I guess the bottom line is I don't know. Those kind of things surprise me though. Don't be fooled here. Remember that these are 5 points. You know, I was thinking, well, that's not such a big deal. Well, it is. It's 20, 10 handles. He's even more sick about that, my trade. Where's T2? 37, and we're down to 10, another 20 points. I'm not complaining, and I would have no idea just standing here how you do that, That happened so fast. By the time I got T1 target hit, before I got it typed in, this target was hit. T2 was hit. Oh, I don't think there's any way. Short of, some stupidness like having your T2 target way away from the market, and then as like a fail safe or something, and then trail. I don't know. Yes, I think that's all. It's like 1,000 different what ifs. which are not probably a very good thing to do. I don't know why that did that, but that's not very nice. And we're banging on the lows still. Well, what happened now? Remember that we've got this stuff coming at 12 and then 12:30 and then 2. Oh, man. Well, one more trade would be nice today, and I have no expectations of that happening. They came smoking through that IB continuation trade like Grant took Richmond. That's an old saying and I have no clue if it's true. I'm not a history wizard. No idea. I just noticed this thing's completely off the charts, baby. I keep them set like this so I have the scale I want rather than putting automatic, and then it makes everything teeny weeny. If you have it automatic, it stays within the window. So it says. What are we doing over here, boys and girls? Well, I'm quite pleased with the fact that this went one time. I am disappointed that the trigger is nowhere to be found, but you know, some progress is a good thing. By golly. Well, we've gotten into all those right down to the top of that little teensy-weensy gap from 26th of November over here. 25th to 26th of November, and this was a demarcation of the new micro composite profile. Right here, this little teensy gap right here is the, look at the, you can see the dates down here. Wait a minute, why isn't that working? Pretty weird. I don't know whether IRT's got his knickers in or not or what. This information box here should be showing wherever I put my marker. And it's not. Yeah, there's always some horse shit going on. Ah, there we go. If I've clicked here to move it and I don't click back on the thing, it's wanting you to tell it it's okay to be there or not. There we go. November 25th, November 26th. The teensy gap here. And here we are over here. And here we are here, and there we are. Do you suppose there's fuel down there and a bunch of stops? I would sure as hell think so. You know, there's What have we been doing since here? Well, here, up and away, right? Never back through this again. This support area here. A little teensy-weensy gap. Whether any of that matters or what. All of these things that are considered to be such trading-isms, you know, most of it is so arbitrary that it's pretty crazy. Oh, I don't want to do that. I'll go up about it. I'm trying to get rid of these stupid, and there's a way to turn that off, I think. These colors indicate the periods for the brackets. If that means anything. If you're a market profile guy or gal. 70 degrees, my. Okay, let's say we're 11 o'clock. I didn't ever put my... Probably go out for a walk today. It's a Friday, it's 70 degrees. Feeling pretty good. Yesterday I was feeling really good. I don't know why, I'm not going to argue about it. I am confused about this thing right here, though. This high and low volume nodes don't seem to be accurate to me. These push from the latest profile. And for some reason, that's impossible that they would be down here because there is nothing in that profile. So I've got to make sure where the hell those lines are coming from. I have them shut off on all these previous profiles, I thought, because just extra bandwidth and chokes IRT more than what you do is it's right here. Can see him. Watch his profile. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me because there should be some through here, you know? Something doesn't seem to be going particularly right. Ooh, I wonder if I have caused a problem right here. Oh, well, I don't think so. Well, let's look, shall we? What else we got to do? Let's look. Oh, you can come over here and variables, and let's see if we've got any variables assigned in the 40s besides the high and low volume nodes. No? Correct? That's how I've got them. Okay. What worries me now is that there's one of these previous profiles is splotting numbers, and that's where these are coming from, because it can't possibly be, this profile can't possibly be sending any high and low volume nodes down here, huh? We have that. That ought to be, I hope that's clear. And yeah, this is just, you know, maintenance-y kind of stuff. So here, let's look at what we've got going on. Here's something that I don't talk about very often. You see this black profile over here? That is the all data volume profile. These are high and low volume nodes. And that started at the 2nd of September, 2022. So let's see. It doesn't like me doing this kind of stuff during the live trading session. If you see what I mean. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Do you see the issue? Looky here. Uncle Billy Ray Bob didn't... Uncle Boomer didn't do a good job there, did he? And why is that doing that? It's supposed to highlight this like that. And now I know I'm working that profile, and now I'm going to turn that off. Boom. Boom. Now the next update, my guess is these levels are going to go bye-bye. And we can go back some more and see if I blew another one somewhere along the line, but I was pretty sure I had not done that. Okay, cool. Yeah, this is pretty much maintenance-y stuff, but I'm still in touch with the market, and I am these are things I do to keep Monkey Boy busy. Keep him occupied. Get out in the backyard and play, boy. Go play with the dog. Now I'll be curious to see if the next update of this data export, we suddenly lose these guys down here in this gap. Let's see. Won't that be fun? Okay. Yeah, I'm kind of looking forward to a walk here at about maybe the 12 to 1-ish period sometime. And I can tell you, standing here, right now, well, let me think about this out loud here. I was going to say I'm not taking a trade. Even if we come up here and signal again, I would certainly not take, by pure discretion, I would not take a long. I just think that's stupid. Yeah, very stupid. There's this is also not very scientific, but it's a big hit, and I know this is not the way you're supposed to think about trading and wins and losses and that kind of stuff, but I have noticed in the past that I had a pretty big psychological capital hit going into a weekend with a loss. Now, I would have to have 2.5 loss stops in a row to negate this target, right? Because I am 2.5 to 1 risk reward ratio. But I'm going to be pleased with this, and then it would have to be quite a convincing setup or something happen for me to take another trade. And I realize that concept of emotional capital and into a weekend on a loss is an expression of a real bad point of view. So I'm not going to ever say that again. And I'm going to purge that from my thinking. Hear the toilet flushing? It's just one trade out of 1,000. Well, it didn't happen as I expected it would. Now, granted, we're only down to 5 on the export meter over there. Now we got a 0. I thought these were going to disappear all. Bob Shapiro, what happened to him? I'll have to go back and look at that, but I'm going to do it on the weekend. You see what the story is, I guess, so it should be clear. By the way, if anybody's using IRT and wants any of these, the chart def for any of this stuff, like, subscribe, and drop something in the chat. Thought I saw something about. I saw something about the euro chart up here. Must be losing my mind. This is not a right. Ah. I got it. Here we are at that low volume node in both profiles. Previous low. I'm trying to figure out where this is coming from. No way to tell either. I don't think maybe I can look at the V-pound usage. No, I don't think that's going to do it. The way you do this is usage report. And then, whatever that is, 40 something. And this does all of the pounds being used on every chart. And all of them. This is something else. Nah, I'm not going to deal with it. I need to get I need to upgrade my CPU. The only or the easiest path I can take is to step up to 14900K i9, because what I have is a 12900K, and if the 14900 is the most recent one using the same socket, and otherwise I've got to change out the motherboard and all kinds of expensive crap. Apparently it would be quite a big boost if I dropped in the 14900 rather than I got it and pulled out my 129. Now I use the same cooler, same everything. It does puzzle me though. And what are we doing in Tradeville? Nothing. I'm also not gonna mess with these signal markers and see why I don't have a trigger schnigger right there. These are signaling that we still have an open here's something that's no, got it. I'll tell you, look at this, okay? You know, for me to scroll back 1,000 trades and precisely identify the criteria for the rules to justify the trades and then the outcome of those trades and record all of that so that I could have meaningful statistical data to determine the expectancy and stuff is, of course, it's not an impossibility. I could do it. It would take donkey's years, right? And to do 500 days with the backtest engine takes 6 seconds. I started to say, oh, there should have been an A here. And then I read, no. Because these are both above, supposed to be coming down from the top, you know. None of that's right. This is an A, as it should be for the IB low. And the B. What I'm missing here is the trigger for the short, which I was already in, so. History. But I am kind of puzzled as to why this trigger didn't fire. I have to go look at the rules, the rules for that. And this one and its corresponding here. Yeah, I think I'm making this way more complicated than it needs to be, but I have to approach it with the fresh eyes. I guess I better do my snapperoonie over here, my usual one. Try to make this a little better. Okay, now I do this every day. Every time there's, every trade. This captures everything about the statistics of the trade and then the graphics. Alice, come on. And then I post these into the static journal. A record here. It's now in the system. It's now in the screen for all the world to see. There you go. Yeah, we are. Boom. And here we come back off that selling tail. See, just like the rest of these days. Remember that every one of these was a big sell. Oh God, we're going to the hell and back. Same thing here. Reverse up here. We did it here. We did it here. It's all cloudy looking out there. What's going on? Right there. Mostly cloudy. Well, there you go. Hell, I can get a job as a weatherman now. That's a little better. Size that thing down a little bit. I don't want to do that. Well, okay, I'm, so what you want to do is call them again. Let's do that. Let's do that now. I gotta step aside here for a second and help my wife with some stuff about our taxes. Okay, well, I'm going to just be on mute here because we're on hold for the IRS. So what can I say?
Hey, the IB low is taken. 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 Hey, the IB low is taken.
Well, I'm still on hold here. We're in a call with the government, so I'm not sure if not sure. About all I can say. I don't know if this is ever going to wrap up or not. And in case I'm still stuck, have a great weekend. I hope your week was good. Get away from the screens. Get healthy. I'll be back Monday morning at 8:00. I mean, hopefully this drama will get over with quick, but I thought that 2 hours ago. All right, so got it finally wrapped up. It's the we're past the final curve into the power hour, and look at the wrap up here. So where the hell even am I here? Let me think. There we go. Quite a day. Quite a day. A lot of volatility in the market for sure. One good trade. Fortunately, I got that off early on the big dump. IB continuation trade, and so that's a good thing. And I'm way out of the loop here. I just got off the phone with those people and my wife and everybody. So, the news, investing.com. Next week, what do we have in store? Well, jolts on Tuesday. 10-year notes. Oh, what is going on here? This isn't right. Next week. There we go. I am screwed up. Empire State. Core retail. Non-farm payrolls. Whoa. Non-farm payroll for November at 7:30 on Tuesday. Oh, that's a big one. They'll be rolling up, rolling margins and everything for that one. So that's going to be a real big drama. Now, what else do we have going on? CPI, PCE. Wow. Michigan. Wow, big week. Big week. This is investing.com, obviously, and it is free, and you can filter it however you'd like. Financial Juice, same idea. Except for over here is more of a squawk box, and this is where we'll see the market on close feedback, which is at 1450. So we got a little bit to go there. Sorry for the interruption here, but we had to get some stuff accomplished. And hopefully we didn't really get anything accomplished, but at least we talked to somebody. And their answer was, well, wait till next week and see if it processes. Incredible. Anyway, that's that. Still didn't take out that all-time high, but they did take out this previous MCVPOC, so I don't know. This sell-off didn't look so rosy, did it? I would expect that Monday and this coming week with non-farm on Tuesday is going to be a biggie. And here we are. We're going to end the days on the lows, it looks like. My little trade over here is kind of looking kind of pathetic. My little 60 ticks over here is kind of pathetic when you look at how much more play they got out of it. And this was also a triggered trade, but I was on the phone with, IRS, so I'm not playing something else. Yeah, be watching with bells on here and wrap this up at the top of the hour, and then I'll be starting the live feed on the session prices at 1700 on Sunday night, and we'll be bright-eyed and bushy-tailed at 8 o'clock on Monday morning. Hi, Panda. So we'll stand by here for the market on close. these media events here are live over here on, would seem there that it's being televised. Maybe they've cut it off so that they're just sending it to a couple of specific outlets or something. I don't know. That's pretty interesting to me. All of the other things he's done like this have always been televised and over here, you know. If we can see something. I think it's only one day. I don't think this goes back more than one day. Might be wrong. I don't know. I don't think this has a history or look back function. Maybe it does. Okay, 5 minutes. 2 minutes. Okay, about a minute left here. Here we go. 3 seconds. Boom. And nothing happened. Nothing burger extraordinaire. Let's see what kind of a imbalance it is when it comes out on the wire. Nothing.
Well, we're not getting. There's no market on closing balance or something. I got nothing coming here anyway. So I guess not. Okay, well, take care of yourself. Get some help. Get something away from the screens. Get healthy. You know, remember that you're the most critical tool in your trading office. Your eyes take in all this data and your brain processes it all, and you make financial decisions with it. Be rested, be hydrated, don't be on emotional tilt. Stay healthy, exercise, give your eyes a break every couple hours in the day, get up and look outside, get some natural light. That's more important than all the screens and software and trading crap you can invest in. That's a fact that a lot of traders don't want to think about because they want to blame it on or believe they need all this. We all know Tom B. I am Tom at Traders Lab. Every year goes to Costa Rica for a month or two. Streams and trades, apparently successfully, on a laptop. One screener. Now I think now he's got a little fold-up screen thing so he can monitor the stream or the Discord. But, you know, that's not a joke that you can trade and make good money on one screen. This is interesting to me that we don't have market on close and balance orders. I don't know why. All right. Well, we've got about 30 seconds here for the big shindig to happen. Posting some of these things to the guys in guys in Static because it's pretty pretty important, I think. There we go. Cash close. Glad that's over. What a great day. Have a great weekend. I'll start pushing these stats or these session prices Sunday evening at 1700 and then see y'all here Monday morning at 0800. Sorry for the delay there, but we had some important things to take care of. And the only time to do it is, the only time you can get hold of the government is on their time, not yours. So have a great weekend.